Yours is probably lower than mine. Nope. Keep getting calls that says from 100.
Says that's a party really bad.
You don't have to put something on it yet. We'll call her and let you know when you go by. Oh, sure. Yeah, we see it up here. All right. No, you're fine. Okay, thank you. Oh, 18 years. Be like Sammy. Oh, cool. That's hers. I never. What did that guy tell you about the?
He says their stuff is falling kind of slow too. Because I said, is your hardwire connection going to work then? And so he said, I think so.
You know what? We should have.
I have a hotspot. I don't know how much data.
My station has one too, and if they reminded me, I would have brought it. You got a brand new one. And I have a personal one too. I was gonna bring my laptop and everything.
Okay, let me go.
I never use my hotspot unless I might want to use it, you know?
I love you.
I'll try it.
I did.
Oh, separate bill.
Well, you know, I was joking. I was saying, I said, Phil don't look like a time clock. They have a timer on that over there for speakers. 3 minutes. That's all they're allowed.
Good.
Watch, he'll say.
Yeah. He'll be going and going and going.
You like to energize your money, eh?
Yeah.
It'll go in. How are we doing? Fluffy? Bad?
We're marginal.
Really?
That's what it
Is
says.
it working on your phone? Really?
Yeah. Just for Sioux Studio, I'm using the hotspot. If you guys, if we had a hotspot, then we could put it on here, because then, I don't know. Well, I don't know. It would just be better, because I know you're going to sit right here.
Do you, no, I mean, do you have AT&T or Verizon?
Right.
It's just a better service.
I'd say on the reservation, they're both pretty crappy, but off reservation, like they're just a little bit better.
Well, there are, like where you live, the tower has Verizon antennas and AT&T up there. That you strike there.
Yeah.
And then the ones that are on the GI tower, that's T-Mobile. And then they have T-Mobile south of Mission now. But they offer mobile offer service on the road. But just wondering if, but is it continuing to buff? Is it continuing to buff?
It's okay. For now. It even says good sometimes.
We should have set this up and make sure it worked. We should have set it up and make sure it worked.
Oh, it does work. That's why we have it's a backup charge and it works. The only problem is we can't use both of them at the same time.
Usually once they you have a cheese buffalo.
Did I lose
We'll
you?
say good morning to all our friends and relatives. We're just about ready
It's really
to
simple.
start around
We're
9
going to
o'clock.
connect this to that
No,
camera.
I was just saying, in reference to court.
I say good morning, relatives, friends, relatives. In about a few minutes, we'll be starting our meeting. And if anybody has brought a staff, let Nick know, nephew, and singers. I know you're here. Jim is here. And we're going to be starting our meeting here soon. We have a protocol that we're going to kind of stand and go through all the procedures that need to be done. Ja, helst da na community na neutral fee na helst us no more like that. Na ho piake we choi was district.
Is there
Why
a way to
not?
lighten it up? It's really dark.
Ma coche is up on the no.
Bring out the.
No heat on.
Messes it
Yeah, I have
brightness.
Okay.
the community
Put
shop
down.
today just saying
I
it.
don't know.
Okay.
You know, we're bringing it all of us together here for a plan to retrieve all of the Black Hills. And we know that your ideas, your teachings, and your learning that you have will help build us. I know it ain't gonna come overnight. But we know the strategy plan will take place to help us get through this. Yeah, this is what I'm think though. And we're gonna here real soon. So if you haven't have any breakfast, there's a lot of breakfast back here.
I was looking at right there. Right now, that's all set.
And we have a full day. I know we probably won't take any breaks that you see on the agenda. We're gonna try to get through everything as soon as possible. We have a whip man, ready good, just seen here, help control the meeting. Why if you have, I guess, here on the agenda is 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes, and then we'll keep trying to keep going, because it's a full agenda. I know, we have a lot of good ideas. We have a lot of wisdom.
Oh,
Sound is too.
part of it is just this room, the lighting.
You kind of mess with it a little bit.
Yeah.
Push too much. Yeah. Well,
I have to mess with it for a while.
okay.
I just have to keep it zoomed out a bit.
Oh, where? There we go. There we go. I got it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
So is this the filter?
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
I was going to get an extra tripod, but you don't.
Yep.
Can they borrow a tripod? You want to borrow this one?
Yeah, if you're not using it.
What?
I should just.
Oh, yeah, we got it. Okay.
Where are you streaming to? We're streaming to the.
Well, I don't want to like. There's so little time. I don't want to mess with it. So. In this theory, I can just accept that the signal to you. Then I can use all the cameras.
It's right.
I'm on plan Z.
I hear you. We totally understand.
Yeah.
It's like that camera. There's like one step I can't access to make it work.
Oh, over here?
Yeah, it's just sitting there. And everyone just thinks it's working. I'll move it around occasionally, so it looks like it's working. But.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Yep.
You bet.
Cord on there. Whoops.
We just got to balance it here. Trying to see that little. Down here. Does that look level to you? I mean, on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll make sure it's tight. What would have been ultimate is to have it all the way up and then stand on a chair. Seriously, that way you don't have people walking in front all the time. Like that.
Yeah, we had it pretty high at the tower.
I'm gonna try it because I can always.
Be careful.
Yeah.
Don't hurt yourself.
Never. Never, he said.
Check, check. Testing. Testing.
Just bring it a little tiny bit louder, so it won't be screaming a little bit. So, I hope everybody have something to eat before we begin. Nephew Nick, if you're here, come on over, Nick. I know we have a full agenda. And there's a time that people get a chance to say a few words. So we're going to have that mic. And I want you to walk with me and not give me. Honey, head that job. Tokashla head that job. And honey, head that job. Channel for Obama, take it. Honey, head that job. Walk it on it. Obama, it on. Or then, walk it, then still use that. And now, what shape you go up this book? Or what shape you go up in a dump one stage in the whole block of it, or let me say,
Oh, did you let the
I just
alcohol know about
want to
our signal?
elaborate that.
You're on KI,
The meeting
and
that
KOI?
process here we're
No,
gonna have
just KOI, and then RST channel
as
92.
back in
Okay, I'm gonna go give him the
1851,
signals, because I need him to read off mine.
Chief, back
You
then,
got a piece of paper? Yeah, let me go grab it.
made agreement using our sacred pipe to understand the treaty. That was done already. But with the prayer, we're still hanging on to their prayers, we're still hanging on to their guidance in that way that we're here today. So, we're not gonna go Bobby, we're not gonna fill that pipe because it's done already. Enough, we can't be doing that. But with the prayer and guidance that we have from them, we're still here today.
Is that what's going on right now? That's nice.
We're still in the guidance and the terms of what they put in front of us. I just want to share that with all of you. And that way you'll understand that our teachings, our oral teachings that we have, the winter camps that we have. On that head just out of that will up and I have to see that and I'll be up in very time.
Appreciate this. Yeah, I know. That way we can at least catch the audio of them saying, our city. Thank you. We're high enough to where we're not catching people walking front. I think that's kind of like unprofessional on our part to allow stuff like that.
Sometimes you can't hit it.
Yeah, true. Especially like sporting events. And
Yeah. But we like it this one.
this coming year, I'm already starting to plan in my mind. I want to do a little bit more. And I'm going to talk to the LNI coordinators, see if we can do a little bit more than what we've been doing. You know, I'd love to do some live streaming of just specific games. I don't know if they'll let us, but this having to pay for it, that to me, that's
And it's a balance. I can do that, especially if I were in this but okay, so I'm gonna leave my phone here. This is gonna stay on.
okay.
I'm gonna go get my coffee and then but the quality is good right now.
Okay.
However,
I'll let you know.
this is gonna try to go off. And then you watch it. The screen's gonna try to shut off. I was trying to figure out the settings so that it won't shut off. And I'm like,
Yeah.
can't find it.
Did you call Calvin and let him know
But no.
how to make it stay up?
Oh no, it's just something real simple, but so like on my phone, it's real simple, but I don't know, on here it's like in a different area.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I know how to do it.
Sure,
you know,
sure.
It's just so odd. Anyways. No.
Oh no, we're kind of live through Rosebud Sioux Tribe, RST channel number 3, YouTube, and Koya FM 88.1 Rosebud at St. Francis. We're live, so don't cuss your thing. And then we're also live for TKILI Radio and at the footprint 88.7 FM. Really moving on. Then I'll control on local country, then on applications that the other copy. Hopefully not on local country. History, they're not mutual to you, why don't they hit that guy, no copy? And I think it's on local country, so. So I want to thank the radio stations, I want to thank
You know it.
RC Channel 93 YouTube, Koya FM 88.1, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, I want to thank OSC on the group, TV Radio 90.1 FM Porcupine, and 88.7 Any news about
Is your mic being broadcasted on
and
the internet?
www.thevoiceofthevoiceoftheland.com. Go ahead and put it.
Which way does that point? Is that pointing that way now? Everything that way?
Figures,
It's all around.
There.
Yeah. We're live. No.
So we're gonna
You guys have fun.
Don't worry about it.
bring our staffs in. So singers, you ready?
You did.
Again, good morning. To all the relatives and friends, my name is Pete Porcelain from Rosebud, from the Ihamo Koyate All community.
Can we go live?
Will be your Akaman Piran today. And we know that this is going to be a very, very busy schedule that you have in front of you that we're going to elaborate on our black kids. And if you haven't had breakfast, there is still breakfast left. If you need to have breakfast, you'll have breakfast. All the relatives that came far and near, thank you. We want to thank you for being here. We also want to thank you for coming to our meeting and help protect what belongs to the people. Our ancestors owned this land. Our ancestors protect this land. They left a legacy. So we need to uphold that legacy and protect that. Unfortunately. Not mentioning something that's potential people. You know that there's protocols as they say back then and English terms. And our unquote terms. Walk with you. We show you our sister and our You know, in the English term that is relevant, your agenda. They use language that our grandfathers never understood. Today, we understand this language now. The English language. We want to draft a paper so we can all put this together and give it to the Congress' attention. That this is our land. We know that there's a lot of disputes in the language. And I always say this, English word you can fight over. Not one word you can fight over. There's 10 different meanings. Or don't put the language. There's only one word, one meaning to understand. And that's how our grandfathers, grandmothers still think. Well, that's one meaning. And we're here today. I just want to share that much, elaborate, that we're going to get ready here. Seems let's give you the high sign. We're getting ready out there to bring the staff in. And we're going to place the staff. The staff is our First Nation. The staff is our first. Like we retrieve the American flag, the staff is our way. Identifying our kill spots, identifying where we come from. And our staff has a lot of feathers. We don't have a lot of feathers. And it counts crew, and it counts understanding. That we do. So I just want to say that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you to email for one of our elections. We're going to bring the staff in. So, singers. Good morning and welcome to Indian Collective Blackfield Sacred Land Return Strategy Session for the people. Raheche, Pochete, and Juakati, Bitcoin. Oheche, Wana, Uncle Kade, Ohipi, Kanton Kashla, Bochichaki, Bitcoin. Oheche, Lana, Ikchip Chacha. Lana, Ikche, Wayana Heche. Wikcha, Wilka, Heche, Wakili Chacha, Shoko, Kawaya, Pinicha, Lecha, Oheche, Wazira Kakia, Katanwaya, Pinicha, Shoko. We don't know about that. We do not pay your house. It's this way. A holy chapter, a holy highway. Let's try it. Oye, chi doka hakakia. He helped my auntie, Wamaka, my auntie, Oye, chi Wamaka, Wakaka. Now, who I believe my auntie said, Kala, my auntie, Kamaka, Hito, Kaluko. Which only one station, Wamaka, Hito, Hichi, and Betty, Hochi. Oheche, Kunchi Maka, Unchi, Lechonsa. Makochi Wakana, Makochi Washte, Onki, Happy Lechoniki. Ochi, Unchi, Unchi, Dona Hechi wa hukana na chaka pite kong na bayate. Uchosa na chaka pite kong. Ochi shako in tawo kini pampu kashila tapo ashite. Chako ya pampu kini kana ashila. Onkea pi. Dona Hechi kaya na omane biuka. Yelo kina chicha karo. Okashila mshila po. Midakos. Well, we're going to have the prayer song by the Ochepi Shakoi Community Academy. We also want to thank the Bowie Chakpi School. Also thank you for helping, for serving the people, working the teachers. Our future. These are our teachers. They're not going to walk into the road. Thank you. Beautiful singing by the Ochepi Shakoi Community Academy. We also want to acknowledge Landback County School for helping, serving for our people. At this time, we're going to call upon folks out there, Manny, for our quick Nish, Mike, and Manny kind of pretty much organized and Mike, and kind of designed how the tables were set, so Manny's going to explain that. That's just a little bit.
If you see something, should be fine. Okay. Leave my phone.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, I think without I think you let you know what you're you're welcome. Walk people there, talk. Oh, relative, I'm going to switch to e-language. So, some of you may still be learning to put the language. And I encourage that. Learn to put the language. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to the children that were here singing. And that's the way we were taught. But I wanted to quote Mr. Moose at the last meeting. He said, the Black Hills are worth fighting for. I've been thinking about that for a long time. And it is. This is where we originated. This is our spiritual place. We try to take it away. beginning with ourselves, our inner space. Not outer space, but inner space we need to heal. All of us need to start healing that way. Get out of that. That's going to be very important to me. I'd like to acknowledge some of my Lakota History 2 students are here today. And I'd like to acknowledge them because we talk about this topic and how important it is. And invited them here to come here so they can participate in this historic meeting. To be part of something good, something positive, something for our children. So I wanted to acknowledge them today. Also, why we are set up this way. Okay. We are set up like a triangle here. And as most of you know, the triangle shape is very important in our culture. Why? Because the triangle is only half. If you flip this triangle over, there will be two. One for Mother Earth and one for our constellation. And our ceremonies are beginning. So that's very important. We do our ceremony here and also do our ceremony here. So the triangle also represents that. It is represented in everything we do, even our ego. Some of you are excellent, excellent people. It's also in there. So, I encourage you as an experience from Mina to keep participating. And one of the things that this, I served on a legislative committee. The committee had to
appreciate that.
Basically, that peanut, walk, that.
Okay, so you can-
Again,
even found it. Springs.
go to a house,
Right here now.
try to go up, go up. Basically, vida que yo quiera oración, oh,
Mike, hey, we're gonna turn it over to, Lauren.
You gotta do what you gotta share.
Mike.
I was invited here to bring my whip to help keep order here. I don't know how they knew I had one, but I've carried it since I was 25. I mentioned it last time. You can't just go and show up and use it. You have to be invited. When you're invited to use it, you have to show the people. There's a song you're supposed to. Usually there's some kind of sanction for not obeying the whip. They find you. I've had to find people. I've had to take whistles for people abusing them. I've had to stop drums. So I know how to use this. When it was given to me, there was instructions that came with it. This old man named Frank Powderface, he told me each knot represents a Sioux. When you use it, you have to take it around and show the people. One round, then you turn, you can start using it. He used to say, if you don't respect it, then you shouldn't be here. The fine, when I talked to the committee, is if you talk too long and you go off subject, and I know it's hard to do it, you start talking about the life story or other things that don't have to do with this meeting, then I'm going to come and I'm going to hold it up near you, and they're going to cut the mic. No fine. I heard somebody say that the notches represent thunder that's wrong. It's a misunderstanding. This represents thunder. At Chinese. But most people don't understand because they don't go to the grass that ceremony. Wow. This is brought into the pot. You dip this in the soup. You azoka of the ajo. This is how you feed a whistle. You take that broth and rub it on them. The same thing is done for a bustle. You dip this on the spikes. You rub the puppies. These are some of the teachings. I first heard the bustle. I carried this. I've carried this. Each of us comes with teaching and understanding. The common man don't know. Unless you go to one, unless you participate and you're a member, people don't know about them. Our traditions are changing because we're changing them. Because we're not understanding and respecting these teachings. We have two purposes in life. Fortunately, not woefully. To love each other and to help. So I came to help. I was invited to use it. You just can't show up any time and start using it. Even when I travel with my Diageo, my whistle, I have to ask permission. And the same to this. At home, we still use this. I still go to glass dance now. I'm the one that prepares the pub. So, I just wanted to share a little bit about this understanding so there's no misunderstandings about what this represents. They sat me down and they gave this to me. And they shared, whoa, Skokokia. So I have respect for it and use it the way I was taught. And like I said, we still use this at home. We still use this in the grass dance ceremony. So, such a good document.
This highlight, like we call it a relative from or Sissy Good House. We joined Washington, Wahoka, Yakina. And I honey hit yourself. Kumi Mary Randall weeks here. Now we join Washington, or Laka, each other. We call upon a relative, Sissy Good House. At this time.
Le taku I moga kamashita, taku pita. Le tokaya, vina temai hina, unkan yuha, washeshe, nakati, na unakati. Na tuwe, wichasha wa hignaya, he woga pita. Nia he ohini na tiata ektachi woya ita. Na tohantuke inashita na yaloakta ish woya ita. This morning, my relative asked me if I would say some words. You know, I miss those OGs. My ina Zikala told me they came to a treaty meeting and they talked to a man that was from Cheyenne River. And as we were going in, to this treaty meeting years ago, there was a lady sitting at a table, and she asked us all to sign, the women, to sign this paper saying women can vote at treaty meetings. Yung kan inawaya omakyaka. She said, no, don't do that. You have to respect your husband. Respect the two women. Respect these men. So I didn't sign it. I didn't look to see who did or anything. I just went in. And Tony, Mrs. Quiver, they were all in there sitting in a corner and talking. And I called them the Golden Girls because they used to go every place. And they would speak if they had to. But they called over this man who was from Cheyenne River. They said, we don't know him, but he's part of this meeting. So he can say something for me. And we want him to say a few words. So they told me, Okiaka. So I went over and I said, let Kumina, Ina, they want to speak to you. So he went over and they told him what to say. Oha, he said. And she said, we do that because we have our own right. The men, they have to respect us. They have to do what we say. At home, you should be talking to your husband about these things. So you can come to a good decision. He'll consider what you said. But you can sit and listen to what was going on and you tell them. And she said, in today's world, it might be changing, but you don't change. Her name was Nellie Tubo. And she said, at times, you have to speak. And I try not to. I also want to tell you that this past week I had a sister that was buried after 11 days. And I want to encourage you young ladies to keep doing what you're doing, because it was the young people that came and started a fire for me and took me in to unity and prayers. So you young people, I can see it growing. People say our culture is dying. It's going. It's not. Because my Jepashis, my other sisters, you know, everybody, we kind of forgot about that way. And I'm glad that these young ladies remembered me. Because I forget to do that. We have our ways. So I told my husband, I'm ready to go. And I want to encourage you, if you do have something to say, this meeting, you can say it. I look to all you ladies sitting out there. You all have a lot of wisdom. You carry that. And you do have something to say. I usually tell my husband, because their words carry a lot of weight with me. And we do a lot of things on the side. I want to encourage you ladies to go to school, you young ladies. because the Washichus, the non-Indian, at my school, they didn't know I did this. And they were surprised because I asked for time. So
Treaty Council. State Convoluted Treaty Council. Umpapa Treaty Council. Yanikoshu Treaty Council. Itezapa Treaty Council. Onira Nupa Treaty Council. Sihas Apa Treaty Council. Yankton Treaty Council. Plans will be served, so just we're not having no breaks. So these young, beautiful ladies are coming around and ask if you get anything, they will bring you some coffee, orange juice, another snack. So at this time, we're going to call upon our Treaty Council, Rick Tudons, Bill Means, Richard Brokenose, Richard Booskamp, Robert Chikro, and Justin Poyer. Let's just we're going to sit at this table here, gentlemen. You four.
Online, and there's a few things I wanted to say to clarify, because a lot of times people say stuff that's not true, and people don't understand the roles. So the first thing I wanted to say, is that Omoglala from Pine Ridge. Omoglala. And when we wanted to make something happen for the Black Hills, I followed the protocol and went to Oglala Treaty Council members to talk with them in a good way. Follow the protocol. And that's what led us here. Because us as young people, we're just worker bees. We just want to make something happen for our people. Our intention and what we're about and what we're trying to do is to get the land back. From the very beginning of the first meeting that we had, we made it clear that this effort wasn't about the money. In fact, from our very first meeting, we said if somebody wants to talk about accepting the meeting or the money, then they can go to a different meeting. Because that's not what this is about. This is about the return of the land back to our people. And really specifically, that's what the narrow focus of this is. There's a lot of things happening with all of our land, all over. And when we was in ceremony, one of the things that they had told us in direction that they had given us was that putting the whole Osheti Shakuri back together is a good effort, but it's not the same effort as getting the Black Hills back. It's its own path. It's its own power. It's its own thing. And the Spirit said that in the ceremony. And that was good direction for us. Because it feels like every time that we're trying to fight for our land back, then all of a sudden it's, or we're putting back together the whole Osheti Shakoi, which we should be doing. And I know that people in this room have dedicated their lives to that work, and it's good work. But this meeting here is about the return of land in the Black Hills, and specifically the return of public lands in the Black Hills. This is only a strategy. It's one little part of the strategy for our people for land return. And so I wanted to explain that to the Oyate, to the people. Because we know that if you look around in this room, and we said this at past meetings, that if anybody amongst our people was trying to get, to sell the Black Hills, it's the people in this room that will be the ones to stand up against them. They'll be the ones to stand up against that. Because that's who we are. So, and as a younger person, I wanted to go to my Lakshis. I wanted to go to the spiritual leaders. The Treaty Council was put back together, so out of respect, we took direction. And if they didn't consent to this moving forward, then we'll go back to the drawing table. We wouldn't be here. So I wanted to share that this time because I have deep respect for my Lakshis up here. And, I wanted to also, clarify the role of the organization that I'm a part of, and that many people here are part of, an organization called Indian Collective. And we created that organization to help the people, to stand up for the people, to organize our resources. And I'm proud of what we've done. I'm proud of the work that we do. I'm not ashamed of being part of the Indian Collective. I'm proud of being part of the Indian Collective because I know it helps the people. Its role in this work is to stand behind and support our traditional leadership, to organize resources to help make something like this happen. Because in a meeting like this, from different walks of life, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of work to make something like this happen. But in addition to our being part of Indian Collective, we're members of PO's clubs. We're members of bands. And we carry that identity first. Who we work for doesn't supersede who we are as free, liberated, Lakota people. Organizations are merely tools for change. But who we are, the people, is in here. And I wanted to say that in a good way to clarify. And so we had a lot of good meetings with our Lakshmis here. We went through a lot of different strategies, conversations to get to this point. So I wanted to share that background and then hand it over to the Lakshmis to talk about the purpose, intent of this meeting and kind of the journey of how we got here before we get into the rest of the meeting. So I'll hand it over to Lakshmis.
Wikazo, Oyusi Chaka, Mila Hansa, O Mula, Akala. On fait, tu dis, ah, Henacha, Akoda, tu dis, New going on the house. What's in my culture on, that's no key, hectare, key. But I'm better to be led, move here. Hectare, Nija, Ella, here, Holada, Misonka, Makina, Wonga, you can start on human, you another thing, you want to, in some color, Iena, the water. When I told him, no chance, very chance of correction. When he hit the what I shown, the better than not look so young. They are still here. You look at you can live on a first down, the job seems to me have. You know, one hit. I don't know. You take like in ways that it's just. I said, honey, I thought about that, you know. But I heard you, who come on, what you kite, go. Och här vi året till det och så tyckte jag det var nice att det slåit tapos working like on cover till det att working till det det har många att det var många då var och när man får till det jaza och jag ska till working till det jag fick till det heter alltså och det jobbar att Lubanki och vi när vi lär oss det då. Och här är återna vi har mycket att göra. Och så han bättre till det mycket och det var ju ja. Då när ni man får till det vi gör ja. Ikväll man får till det hektar dit. Och så var det ja vad kan man kunna ja det är kanske inte våga Håkan vågar att det heter uttag. Men tack för fällen var blöt så. Inte ju har man en koka ni var heter. Ja heter. more than that, oyate y uhipi kulena oyate uhipa omena hete kawa shiku kulena hete na kamaya kapelo wa manu kapelo hena ya kapi oha hete manyana kwa kana hipi kuheha wa kwa sasa kapelo hahi pero hahi kulena hete dasya natyo ya na ena yu haye wa shiku hiye shunki ukie otoka heta indigenous oyate ukie piti chanupa wahete hete tesawe ma chanupa wa ahina piti heta wata piti heta obeto da hana yuhada ojupi otuke kama hete Christian wa cheke kasati civilization Christianizing out there in Ugahi pina tukenda hani fast na ojupi oya wana hekta shops still you have one little money there these shops stuff off there guys ke yenyo la foto oguna guys ke oguna yenyo yeah okay. So that, to fill, go home of all. You want to like that, Jahan Omnichi Chashati, Yishana, Wood to Neighbor, which I mean, there, upon water, food water, water, you have in my nation. Stop with it, and now you have a key. Na Washington, when I'm on the start, West the home, I average up in most of Scalanica. Le Ocetti, Chapon, et l'autre, le meilleur, after the mass fire. As Papoja, when I talk to society. Watching happy nation. Ma forse chi è un piccolo un piatto, un piano. Da questa ma forse non ha perso, non vuole che un corpo ci sia. No, i bruciano sono uguali. When I watch someone with going, when I was in a Tehran, if I can't let me say that, okay, walks on the weapons, why all of them? When I got to listen, Treaty Council at the Argema using much of it. They'll not one year to young is such a very well. Actually, the cookie when Utaki Voyage for culture, order, sweeter, a couple of we know that Kuku is strong without me. If you weigh on the kitchen here, I won't cut up in the next half. The only, when you are marked up in the there announced continue continuously care and that is there are to that's not a lot. Every copy of the healthy stuff, they walk you on, or sit you and walk and stuff. Then you have, my coach says, I'm keeping the cup and we're not doing it. And then Kapuja says she watched it. Professor Tom. I have to set the hand or sit you in the hand of these are in the whole stuff. That's the foundation. That's a lot of yes. They'll go home with peace and peanut. Let's say, they're not cheap at all. They're not big coffee, so I'm pretty cheap at all. Well, that's in the mouth story together. In Sioux, I don't know. Well, I don't know, I'm not something, I'm walking there. Well, the really is got that, what is that mouth system? I'll make that do. I'm grateful today. I came on, I said, and play treetops, you know.
Oh.
I like to do that reading. I'm not fluent in Lakota like these guys, but I'm always learning. I'm like these kids right here that sang that beautiful song. I learned from the children, from elders. I'm getting so, I'm catching up in age to all these guys. So they appointed me on the Treaty Council because I spent a lot of time at the United Nations in New York. So before I went to the United Nations, I went to see my role model, chief. His name was Frank Crusoe, and my uncle, his name was Matthew King. And they sat down and I told them that they want me to go to the United Nations. He said, what do you think, you know? What should I do? How should I approach this? Roosevelt said, well, he said, you know, we had the United Nations back when we were in the Ocheti, South Point. He said, we had different meetings. He said, one time when he was a little boy, they took him, they had a meeting at the Pipestone National Forest. It's still there today because it's the only place you find pipestone in the whole world. It was given to Lakota and Watchigi and Nakota. So they said, we have the United Nations. We had something like that. So he said, ask some of these older people from other places, they tell you. So I went on to New York and that was quite a shock from going from Pine Ridge, Rosebud area to New York City. The back alleys is bigger than the reservation. So anyway, I just felt that I had to look into certain things because some of the elders are always talking about world court. And so I started studying up and asking some of the delegates from other nations. They said, well, you don't want to go that way because the world court is owned by all the companies that stole everything that we have. Whether we're Palestinian, whether we're South African, whether we're Alaskan, Australian, it's the same corporations that run the world court. So even though there may be a case, I think there's maybe one or two successful cases that they dealt with for indigenous people anyway. But anyway, I learned that over there that you have to pick and choose within the United Nations where you can work, where you can be effective, where you can talk about your people. And we found out that the area of human rights was the area that most we could work with the treaties. So they gave me the treaties, Matthew King. He said, here, when you go to the United Nations, he said, put that treaty in the door, he said. That's going to be your treaty to get in. Otherwise, we're going to send you around to the tourist side over here. Give you a tour about the whole building. So anyway, that's the way the old folks talk in terms of stories, in terms of, you know, they don't tell you direct things. They give you examples. So that's what I did. We took that treaty over there and found out that this is valid today as it was when it was signed. The people of the world understand what colonialism is. So when you get to the United Nations, you don't have to explain a whole lot of things about treaties. They know about that.
They support us right away, especially the Palestinians. Now they're in trouble. You see what happens when you fight a war with the Washichu, or they got a lot of weapons nowadays. Before, at least we could hold our own with a couple of bone arrows and maybe a couple of rifles. But today it don't work. You watch the TV, you see what's going on to Palestinians. They're bombing them, everything. So we said, well, let's concentrate on the human rights and the treaties. So that brings us back home. We have to talk about what we're doing now. Building a nation, rebuilding our nation of the Oketi Shapoy, of the Lakota, Nakota, and Napo. And so one of the things I want to kind of finish with is in that unity, there's also the tribal council. And you look here, we find some councilmen. These are the good ones. They like, at least they come to see what's going on, to learn about how we believe as traditional people. As we want to have our own nation. We don't want to be in the United States jurisdiction. So they're coming around. So we want to know that the Black Hills belongs to them also. We have to get together in order to solve this question. We have a good chance because of the human rights, because of the way the world is, the way that we have access to media. We can send our messages out all over the world just through the radio station, TV, Rosebud, and all those. So we can get the word out. But we want the tribal council to start participating. We see some of the younger people too that are starting to come. You see they're even waiting on us, everything. And so I appreciate that, and I want to thank the young ones, like you said. Somebody said that future this morning. That's our future, that's our hope. I want them to continue to participate, and boy, it makes our heart feel good when they sing those songs, those young people. I thought, we know we ain't going to do away with the Lakota. We'll be here as long as Mother Earth is here. So I just want to say that the tribal council needs to participate, otherwise we're going to pass them up. Because we've got friends around the world. We have allies who recognize the power of treaties, who recognize the power of human rights. And so we saw different governments change, like Nelson Mandela. South Africa is no longer ruled by white people. It's ruled by Africans. Palestine, even though they get bombed every day, they're still surviving. They're kind of like us. So there's hope. There's the human rights that we're born with. Nobody can give you human rights. You're born with that. Only Tapasula gives out human rights. So if you remember that, then we're not equal to everybody in the world. But see, we have those resources. All over the world, the only resources left is on Indian land, or indigenous land, they say at the UN. Because the Washiches, they already divided theirs up, they already taken everything they could take, including now they want all the water. So I'll just say that much. Think about that we're going to rebuild this nation here, not under the United States, under our own Oketi Shapoy. This will be hard, but we've got to do it. Otherwise, we don't have self-determination. That's what we're going for. Self-determination means we have the right to do whatever we can do. So the Black Hills is worth fighting for. Mr. Wu, go ahead, I guess, brother, Long Bill, word is Mike House. I'm done now, but he kept going. Anyway, then you also, for questions. Anybody has any questions about the purpose of this meeting? And we're gonna go with the mic over there. There's some mics there. We got 1, 2, Manny, and then 3 way over there. We'll go right there. Whitman, where are you, Jim? He's right here, and these elderly, my relatives here, they're really scared because they talk 3 minutes. They don't want to get whipped, he said. So Rick was scared. So anyway, here's a fellow. You have it.
Okay. Holy Takipileti, one is Takikabura. Tokyo in charge of being taught to head Champa Muhammad and nature for him talking about. Taku is well, like a Washington cash. The charge is the Taku is Rawan, what stop it to the election to Tokyo, don't look like Kukia, they must be the le calcule e pekile, rosu takile, kitana, waksa pehe aikwa kisi. Koketana, takule amura la calcule, rosu takile pati lama na haru takile nage. Shawashiti akhahata, otan elections e shama velafite. I've been home. Kokele takule pekile, rosu takile echa iwala. Thank you. So, for a lot of you that are questioning these illustrations that go on in this draft, it's still the same way, that's all right. What I was getting at, it frustrates me that we all come here for a good reason, and that reason is about how to secure our land. My culture will test out. Well, for a lot of you that know me, I'm up here anyway. Sean Marshall, I go up here and hunt freely, independently. That's the name of the game. The one that and that's what really causes this truthful understanding. Because we all do this. We all say that, hey, we're going to go do this, we're going to do that, and then when it comes down to it, I don't see you right there. I got a place over in Deerfield, one on this side of Custer, one back here on Sheridan Lake, them areas. I've ordered and cut. The reason why I'm exercising the validity to that is to want you to do that, to do the same thing. Now, some of you are looking for TV poles. I don't even know where those are. But for whatever the circumstance is, that's on you, okay? That's on a lot of you guys if you don't like me. But I'm going to still do it because it's mine, and that's it. The rest of you that don't understand the dynamics between it, I asked the tribal council from my reservation called Pine Ridge. If we're going to exercise the jurisdiction from a treaty standpoint, got to step up and do it. You don't hear anybody clap your hands and yell, right? Because see, you're all ingrained in that structure. So regardless of what goes on, I support what Nick and my nephew Mark and them are doing. But that reality has to be unfolded before you. So my question is continuously, are you going to take that note on to pursue the little
All right, Manny. Manny has a question that our relative way that over 2011.
Well, I wanted to make a comment on the draft proposal. I think what I read here is I think it's good to go, but there's one provision that we need to add on there, and Bill mentioned it when he talked, and that's to add the United Nations UNIDRIP all law or whatever, the rights of indigenous American people. I think that provision needs to be in here. That's it.
Relative way at the end here.
Those are things that you have to put in here to have backup. You have to put some teeth into it. And one of them is it tells your fishing, tells different things. And in this here, you have these little towns with businesses, and they all have their business, whatever it is they're selling, whatever kind of rocks, things they got out of the Badlands, and they got out of the Black Hills. They're all up for sale. Now, what part have we in that? And you're talking of taking a lot of it back. And our people are going to have to come in, and if it's going to happen, set up shops. We talk about that. What can we do? What's going to be our part in it, you know? And I'm going to tell you something else, too. I have a granddaughter, and several grandchildren that go to Lakota Tech. That's in Roof Creek. You could talk to them. Talk to them about the Black River. Tell them something. They don't know. They heard it. One said, oh, they talk like that all the time. My dad talks about it all the time. You know, nothing. They have, like, lost interest or don't have no interest. So now we're going to have to come back with some stuff for them to know that, yes, once that happens, and it passes, and we get it all straightened out, then you can come in and have a shot.
Oh, that's it, Will. Any more questions? Mic is open. Okay, we got Phil, then we have one in the back, behind Phil Bryce, and a lady over here besides Manny. Yeah. Okay, now Phil, with that.
Executive Director, Sioux Lakota Treaty Council, Sioux Lakota. After one, how does it to their walk into that? What should I want to, I only have a couple of minutes, so before the witman could stop me. So we have to address that we are not the Great Sioux Nation. And I see this all over this document. We have an opportunity to make some corrections in history. Just because the white man called us Great Sioux Nation, that's not the truth. To begin with, the treaties were fraudulent treaties that were dropped by the white man. And my grandfathers had no choice but to sign them because something had to be done. So they signed them, securing the future for us. So these treaties were templates that were used across Indian country to other tribes. So
I'm still standing on the recommendation from my treaty council to change that Great Sioux Nation to the Ochete Shakoi Oyate, but explain in there that from the beginning that we are wanting to correct that in history, and then continue calling it Ochete Shakoi, and we need to stop calling ourselves Sioux. The other thing that I only have a minute left is our people have been indoctrinated by federal Indian policy that they call plenary power, which is control the Indians. It means absolute control over the Indians. So the federal policies that translate into the IRA government today means that they're under something called the Stockholm syndrome. That means you sided with the federal government on many things. So we need to wake up from that. There's also something called the trauma bonding, and all this federal Indian policy turns into slavery. We are enslaved by federal Indian policy and federal law. So I want our people, our relatives, to wake up from that. Let's stop using colonial terms in this document. When you do that, you're surrendering to the federal monster, the federal system here.
When we talk up to you there, walk up to you there, now look good. We just have to hate you. Now to look over come me and to hear a hiki there, that is Sioux. Hello, Laku, Lapiki there, Hecate to you. Ever come on, Ahia, we talk, we coaching talk. Titro Yate there, Hello, Kia. Then we coaching talk. Adelina, Muti, Lala, Hecate away, Ishaka, Head hop, Hecate is Sioux. I'd like to kind of reiterate what Mr. Tweegle said here. What kind of particular Mielu? I said it was 16 years on IRA Council and 28 years with some extinguished men that are went into the real world. Only a handful left now. Kilit, Ochefika. La Cuelia Luga Capu, La Cueto Cafu Capu, Henie, Hemkia. Right here in this Howard Miller Act that was forced on my mother and father by putting them in jail and putting them in mental institutes and forcing our people to get away from our seven rights with the chalupa, burning down initiates. Burning down little log houses where they had monkeys. That was a persecution that my father and mother went through, but none of us have. We're pretty free right now. But in this Indian Organization Act, it says the entire Sioux Nation, one land. That's not who we are. If you speak Lakota, understand Lakota, you know we're teach one. If we speak Lakota, then we talk up to each other now, Landback again. Lakota with this. If we're scum, then, you know, the English controls us. This is kind of another federal capture. Taxes in there. In the U.S. Constitution says Indians not taxed. Jurisdiction, it's all ours. We need to come up with our own live there. We have it. We have it. How? Brahma Guru. Brahma.
Marcelo, ladies and gentlemen, winding off the crowd over here across the Maddie. It's time for you. Any more questions before we go into our lunch and our meeting here?
that's where I grew up. I am an educator. I've retired from education. And so in looking over the first page, I want to address just two things real quickly. Being an educator, somebody said, they used the language that our ancestors didn't understand. But today, we understand English, and the English language is a very dangerous language because it has so many meanings. So, and the other thing was, somebody said, Nahachji hena umbit tau below. So, that meaning the land is still ours. So in reading the first page, going down to the first bullet, within 1 year of the bill's passage, the land within the re-established area will be inventoried and published. I'm wondering, according to the 1868 treaty, the lands that were set aside for us was established then. So why do we have to re-establish? What's the meaning behind re-established area? That could be a problematic area if this should get to the, when it gets to the point of introducing it to Congress. That's what the intent is. And the other one was going down to the second bullet. Also, any pending no, not that one. My eyes are kind of blurry, so I'm reading the wrong lines. Any existing rights issued by the federal government over relinquished federal lands are terminated, and the rights holders will be paid out by the federal government. That statement is really unclear as to who or what they're talking about. Any pending application for any rights are canceled.
We'll record this. Yeah. This is what happens.
Yeah, I'm reading the bill summary. And then, so that, anyway, that bullet needs to be clarified. The section 6, where it says these lands within the reestablished area, again, that needs to be identified, has the right of first refusal to purchase any land that comes from the sale. And the Great Sioux Nation may receive lands. There you go.
Thank you. Sorry about that, but we're trying to move right along. So I know we have a lot of good ideas, a lot of changes. This is what we want to hold on, don't keep you. This is what needs to be established. Come might not be here. We're going to have one day in the future strategize this so we can do something. So the mic is open. Anyone else with a question? Why not? Dave Swall.
No mini feeds.
Let me just say this in English language because many of you don't understand Lakota language, what I'm saying here. I've been saying the Black Hills when I was a young boy. So as my dad, my father saying Black Hills when he was a young boy. And so as my grandpa, he was saying Black Hills when he was a young boy. But today, we come here together to put ideas together. But the only thing we can, you know, what enables us because we have a grudge against one another. That's what enables us. We cannot come together as a great nation. We say we couldn't put it on paper. But the reality of it, we cannot stop as a great nation because what's right here doing this? I put it up there. We cannot do that. You know? So we learn the white man ways and the white man things. But we cannot, as a Lakota here, we cannot maybe not working on what. But they asked me to come and speak. After the Ochechi Shakoni. The original Ochechi Shakoni, I'm one of the Nashas that took the oath on the chanupa. I raised my hand and I smoked that chanupa and I took the oath. Well, that's why I'm asking here for the people, you know. Well, I say, because that's one of the reasons. I never graduated. I never went to school. But I know this, the Black Hills has been taken from us. You go to the Black Hills, you're going to see Lakota, Nakota, Dakota living there. No, you're not going to see that. Everything must be, and when we gather here like this, what is the leader? Who's going to lead us? While they're drilling gold over there, selling gold by the hour. See? Oh, hey, nice guy. What's up? Oh, if I'm out of the line, you tell me, people. You tell me. As we say, Black Hills. We come here. Oh, hang on, they're not warriors. We have a lot of educators. A lot of people that could read and write. I cannot read and write, but I know what's what.
question, and then should be very soon. No, but my question has to do with the timeline. At one time, at one of our early meetings, they introduced a timeline. So we can see what's happening here so far. Not everybody got the message. So I think we have to, what is the timeline to show? I think somebody said it's the end of the Congress or beginning of summer before they all take a break over in Washington. But I think we should do away with any timeline because this thing has to go to the people. It's not just us. We all got friends and relatives back home that we want to take this to. So I don't think it's realistic to say there's a deadline of August 1st or September. I mean, even though Trump got in, that just makes us get out the vote more. We don't want him in there, then you better vote. So that's my feelings about this deadline stuff. I want to know if it exists, if we're still shooting for that, and then I want to make a recommendation that let's do away with the deadline stuff so people aren't rushed. That's it here.
Oh, no, thank you, Bill. Okay, we.
I was just giving my time over to the other lecturer while he was talking, just in case they were going to come over and try to turn off everything. So that's what I thought I was going to do, was give it my time. When I was going to bring it this time too. Today, that's the first one.
Okay, we're going to answer the question here.
So in terms of the timeline that was passed out at the last meeting, Jody or Shambo Macha, I'm from Standing Rock, and I've been working behind the scenes and in the committees with this effort. And as far as the deadlines go, Bill is completely right in the way that you're explaining that they're not deadlines, they were timelines. And like I had concerns as well. I felt like it was being rushed before the people really got to see it and got to think about it. And even though everybody in this room is paying attention to it, there still is a lot of people out there in the communities that aren't able to come to these meetings. And so there's a sense of urgency. There's a balance that we're doing here. But it's not because we're going to make it in this Congress, or it's not because we're going to make it before the election. It's not because these are all just timelines of if we want to put it in this year, but it doesn't have to go in this year. There are real timelines in Congress, and they do exist, and you have to be aware of how the United States works. But it doesn't mean that as this group, as this effort to get the Black Hills returned, has to follow that cycle. If we want to move quickly, sometimes it's because we don't want to lose the momentum that we have. So it's more of an appearance that we want to have an awareness of if we want to catch. I look at it as like waves, like there's momentum when Congress is in session, but it doesn't mean we have to go by what they say. I always think that it's good to be aware of their cycles. It's good to be aware if we want it in this time. It doesn't mean that we have to follow what the Congress does. And the more that the people in this room take it out to the communities and make it more of the people, the less that there's people that are going to question it in the long run. That's my sense. And it's not about like we're just going to keep moving with or without the people. Of course, this is all about the people. And so totally agree with Lexi, Bill means, and that, he's passed some papers out before that had timelines on it, and it's more out of awareness. And if we need more time to come to agreement on the language of the bill, but the other thing is that we also don't want to get stuck in a cycle of not moving. And so those timelines are important to keep in mind.
Election said, so I'm going to look at it from a different point of view. When you exercise the validity of your authority, which is the Shesapa, Timai Blabla and Hitchens the Chama, okay? Regardless of what goes on, I don't listen to anybody. But my point, the jurisdiction that applies to this, okay, there's a criminal penalty down here, okay, and then you got different things of the statutes. So, kohale, daku hata, wowak shapekile wachi, okay, I want to know this for myself, because even though you get clarification for it, I'm still going to do it, regardless. Makoche had me call, and that's it. That's how I want people to kind of address this understanding. Because the criminals jurisdiction, well, the Great Sioux Nation does not cede the exclusive criminal jurisdiction to us over the reestablishment of the area, right there. That piece is what I'm trying to get an understanding on, because a lot of you, regardless of how you see it, it might sound like Bill's older brother, Russ, but the fact is, we have to stand on something that returns it to what we want, right or wrong. Right or wrong. And that's it. So that's my question, right there about exclusive jurisdiction to our title. I want it back to you guys.
Still, any more questions?
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Are we going to honor the treaty by doing a 3/4 vote of the male population?
Under the 3/4 of the adult male is what's established in our treaty, and that's what we try to do many times. But it takes all of us to decide on that. And I know my Kola Dave Swallow explained this. When are we going to get along? When are we going to have respect for each other? That's where we're at today. We know that we look at other issues, and we have this in place, but we have to have to move forward. We all have to work together and to understand which part that we could help. All of you have good intentions. All of you have a role to put in this. And how we could take this step further. That's just a week on that topic. Not going. Well, okay, when they get it. Supposed to use course on the bottom of one state, not put that you can't, money like that, all that stuff. So, any more questions?
I got one over here.
Okay.
Bryce Lewis.
Bryce.
Joaquin Tito. Los Rubias back home, their adamant on that treaty of '68's been violated. Never got the 3/4 male consent. Then they forced the 1877, 1887, 1889 acts upon our people to steal land, justify their genocidal campaign against women and children of ours. So it's null and void. The 51 is recognized. That's the land base, the medicine bonds, which we need to do calculations on. So when are we going to get that started or not? Okay.
Thank you, Bryce. Any more questions? Any questions?
just wanted to share a thought on behalf of possibly clarifying what needs to happen. And this document should be considered a landmark effort by the Ocheti Shakoni, because we have not written a bill as Lakota people, but now we speak English, and we were trained to write in English. So what we thought that we were doing was creating an intent to have lands returned to the Ocheti, and if that happens, then we will do all these things that you're talking about, because we will have some dollars, money to get professionals to come in and do these inventories and surveys and all of that, because they're going to throw that task at us. So that's just my thought, my opinion. And I know all of you have opinions, and they're good opinions and ideas, but to me, we spent a lot of time since 1851 signing papers that we didn't understand. And now we're doing our own, and we're trying to understand it. And yes, we need to think about some of these things in order to make it close to perfect. Nothing is perfect in this world. Most everything is imperfect. We tried to talk to Luhapi China, what's got a little Ugapa. We have to check the Tipistan, Kanka Chaheki Beche, or Washuchuki, Yawapi, Nora Kapitaji. Taboni Hill. Takun yutkorcsokt. Takun csikava yutkorcsokt. Le vóha csimon, akik le ecsalosnak. Vóhacka le csukaha. Tos csak szar, juhávan zsíronézte hanta. Vóhackan sikácsina Timien jamt. Hei lakia trashavai niyasukte. Ona inivukte. Ni guilty huevukte. Ni not guilty gaikte. Tikton žija hektareči. Henni hau. Tele uapiki ukit hau. Tabuni wauni apina hau, wapu gata apina 원하나 그 전시회 와야 나오는데.
Thank you. I have a question here.
Wasudute Manchaparo, Petuke, Washero, Petokoma, Enatana, Minnesota is my family, my bloodline. Today, my question for the people would be, in your solidarity, and even here, I should have brought the documents to present with people that needed to see them. And this document is a declaratory statement, and that is what is needed in the first steps of your, joining together. The Great Sioux Nation, I agree that we go by Sioux Nation, Sioux Nation is our treaty, but to the sovereignty and independence of ourselves, right, determination, and this 3/4 is all male, to have consent, not to infringe on anyone else's rights, whether it be on reservation or within treaty territory. How are we going to function as a nation when we're reverting the actual absolute? We're reverting the actual absolute. So I guess that's where I'm at, So, if you have that heart to move on things and act on them, then do it. But together as a whole. So that's my question on the 3/4 adult male and your sovereignty and independence and where you stand. Are we just always going to continuously allow the American government to be over us and tell us when we can act? Why are we doing it to ourselves? They approached us with the treaty and they asked us to do that treaty. Peace treaty or not, doesn't matter, it's still a treaty. And the fundamental dynamics of that treaty world that it came from, they recognized us as being a true nation. So we have to remember that as well. To move forward on it, I guess you got to make a declaratory statement and your claims that you're wanting to move forward with the Landback. So that's my question, to the people. I hope that something can get resolved on that. I'll talk to us, say what, get on out.
Thank you. Good question for all of our relatives here. Any more questions? A question? Okay, down there. All right. Mike, please.
I don't have a question, but I have a suggestion about the timeline. We don't, when those of you that go back to your reservations and meet with the people there, you don't need to worry about having face-to-face meetings. We have Facebook, we have Messenger, we have, what else? Instagram, Zoom, we have all the technology available to us to use so that you, one day when you get home, you can have a blast out there to all the people. And maybe a questionnaire could be developed where everybody can answer the questionnaire or give opinions or give suggestions on that questionnaire to be sent in. So that's one way of dealing with the timeline. Thank you.
Good advice. Any more questions?
Keith.
Oh.
Okay. We got this, after 20 years, we finally got the National American Indian Veterans Charter, federal charter, puts us up with the American Legion and VFW, and we got steps to take order to certify our veteran service officers, but on the line of unity, and what was just brought out by Alder here is that we should, I brought this to the chairman of the Great Plains, that we need to tie these governments and the vets together under communication and unity. And just for your information, we need to get moving on these issues because we're probably the most discriminated veterans on our own homelands. Our history.
Thank you, Bryce. Do we have a question here? Perfect, thank you.
Tocaria ayuda entre los temas que usa. Vamos a hookies además. Hook papa con coche que mata. I want to say a couple words that have to do with basically what has been going on. I want to people talk about representation. I have a problem with that because when I go home, I run into the same situations that people are talking about here. We have a group of people that are all for it. We have a group of people that are constantly saying, who chose you to represent me? I didn't choose to represent anybody. If they are interested and want to know, I gave them all the information to be here. It's their choice. I also have a group of people back home, a great group of people that support this effort. Because they understand where the negativity is coming from and how far people have to go to be able to do within their own self. Come to that point where we are going to one day get our black kids back. I have felt that we need to do more education on our own people, you and I. More education as to how we can do this. I've asked that our radio station is open, constantly ready for anybody that wants to be honored. I listen to a group of people every Thursday. A lot of cultural stuff talking. Nobody's talking about this. Black Hills. Nobody. I've tried to be honored and talk about the Black Hills, but it's those people that are saying, who chose you to represent us? So, next time, next Thursday, get on the radio station, our radio station back home, you tell them about the Black Hills issues. You tell them the effort that's going on. We had a ceremony that explained to me back in the 70s about throwing the ball. You made the ball stuck with buffalo hair. You can go get it right now. Stuck with buffalo hair, and they threw it. And the reason why they couldn't throw it so far is because it was filled with buffalo hair. People would go get it and bring it back. It's called a leadership ceremony. That's what it was explained to me. Someday somebody would go and get that ball, but they wouldn't have to come back. That's what's going on here. We're throwing that ball and we're moving forward. Different ways are filtering the way in. I don't mind being called a Sioux. Look at the treaty. Look at all these things being on there that are called Sioux. But at the end, who signed it? We have a place for it. Bilbala, they signed it. Ichangu, they signed it. The Hookpapa, they signed it. They have places where different tribes have signed it. So I wanted to say that. I want to thank you for the time.
Well, thank you, Cedric. You're right about the history of, that wants to a lot of the treaty was established before our time, and our forefathers agreed upon. Under the treaty was they say the who we are. But under it has the reservations that the government put us on under the 1851 and 1863 treaty. But like I said before, grandfathers didn't know, so they touched that pencil, agreed upon. And we talked about changing the 3/4, taking the 3/4 of Belt Metal to Congress to make changes. But we still haven't got together with that. So I just want to share that with you. And I know we have a lot of comments. We're having a meeting here in Rapid City at the Rancoa Suite 1 Sylvia Room here in Rapid City. You know, a lot of people back home are watching on YouTube and on the radio, asking questions that where it's at. And we have pros and cons. We have, like I'll say, there's positive and negative. But that's the balance. A lot of them disagree having this Facebook. A lot of them disagree having this on YouTube. A lot of them disagree to have it on the radio. But there's a lot of people back home that are happy that they're watching, listening, that couldn't be here. What we stand for today is this: Black Hill is not for sale. We want to share that across the whole entire nation. It's not for sale. We want our land back, and that's what we're here for. I haven't called this time, so any questions? Dave, one more. Someone give Dave the...
One more time, I will tell you. One more time. We had a meeting about 5-6 days ago in Pierce. Yeah, he crowed all of them were alive. Regional Chicken Shop. We went over there about the Black Hills. This is what they told us. Mr. Small, do you have a Social Security number? Yes, I do. Then you are subject under the United States government. You're in America. So you have nothing to do with the treaty. Ahead. I'm just putting that out there. Right? You're not a record. You're an American citizen. That's why you have a Social Security. If I put that out here, that's why you hope you use college and maybe we could have our own source.
We're all the same boat now.
That's it. That's a very good question with that, because we dealt with that years ago. So at this time, we're going to turn the mic over here to Richard for a new prayer. Which is the word what should be talking to?
Con kita kapi. Nama kawa etanu hipiki. O he te wote na makote ki na makasa ena na kapi teki. Iktewi tasau mitaki. O le na etau amaki kaki. O huke stiki na watenta te le namo kawote itama oni pitata. Ya he te hoyo. O tō kasta te he te witana di o manae wa o oye. Witana di o manae o ki hecha. O o te te na hoye me di ki tōka hecha. Ike o te te na igala ko ki tōka hakita ki hecha me tāke o amaki ko te tero. Mo me tāke e ki me tāke o e ate.
Singers, we're going to sing a song, and then all the elders be seated. We will bring the plates to you. The rest of us will get in line. Hold on. Go cut you along the day after. Elders be seated. We'll bring the plates to you. Wait, go cut you on the air for one.
French song. That's from the Inca tribe in South America, Bolivia. Right now, 38 full blacks.
What's that?
Right now, 38 legal full blacks.
Oh, really?
The Spanish came to steal the province. The British got the hell out. That's why we got back to 80% or something. And the mixed blacks we speak about the Spanish potential because we have to translate for the full blacks. And I kind of cute when I found out that yes, got the mixed blacks talks white language.
We're going to get back. Reminder we're going to get back in session. Singers will copy. We're going to get back in our meeting. As protocol, so we're going to do the Whitman song to remind everybody that we're back in session. And then 3 minutes will allow time to talk. It's the agenda, they said, the protocol. And I know that some people were upset about that and they want to talk a little longer, but we want to respect that agenda. And respect all of you. So right after this song, we're going to go right into our committee. So the spiritual committee, people that volunteer, be ready because you'll be up after this. So it's a reminder to all the good relatives out there that the song pertains back in the day when our headsmen would find a Whitman to control the meeting and keep us in line so we're staying on the right track. We don't go further off and try to keep close to understand and respect. I have just enough about change. I'll pull out your gym. There's a song that comes with this, so Jim's going to sing this, and then singers, you want to have it. That's one of our original, the song that comes with the category with our protocol in that way. We'll kind of try to all line it up for us. It's just a good song. tree committee. Madonna, Silver, and from each committee we're gonna have 2 reps that will come up and speak on behalf of the committee. Madonna, if you're here. We have the Legislative Advocacy Committee. Justin Stewart and Rick Tudor. We also have the Bill Drafting Committee, Education Office. We're going to go on that area. Justin Stewart. Deputy Justin.
Good to see each and every one of you guys again. It's been probably about a month since we last presented all of you. We are the spiritual committee, and we started off this last month. So we've been weekly, it gets translated fully into our local language, having ceremony of what she did here for being there. Some of them couldn't make it today. Some of them couldn't make it today. And so we did. We went to him, we met with him. I think that we followed protocols pretty well. And then we
that brought all of you together. So the direction I was given was take a stand against father, uncles, grandfathers to walk in a humble way. Don't go in front of people. Don't talk.
I really hope that each and every one of you today opens your mind up and you hear those things that we just talked about, especially these 7 principles, and that we can all work together, and that these things are followed. Because this didn't come from any of us humanistically, this came from the gospel and the direction that they gave. And the prayer was simple. It was a really simple prayer. And the prayer was for guidance. That's it. Guidance. And prayer for our children. So that's it. Guidance. And prayer for our children. So that participating with us that night. We, other needs from the different committees were there with us. And so collectively, we made that prayer together with what she did. And I wanted to say too, to like she, that, for his partner, for our committee, the woman who holds that fight, who protects that prayer, that I'm really thankful for her, for that, and for the translations that she got to me as a woman, for the woman as woman. And I say that too because we have to remember where.
Have this younger team over there also during this time. So we encourage look at it. I asked the elder to talk to him at this time and give him working something. We're not Tennessee Richard Broken.
The mic's ready.
Today we're presenting on our progress so far in the so this is a listing of our we have a council representative from Standing Rock, Turbine Council, Shannon Brown, Christopher Declare, Chloe Gundel, Minor, Jordan Vaughn, Mr. Jerry Mennel right there, Madonna sitting there, President Sargent, Anna Lisa Shield, Sherry Wright, Julia Tremble, and then myself. But that's just an update so far. And so we're identifying and reaching out to other potential bill sponsors and also assist us with further legislative advocacy. So this is where we're at so far with the outreach of our potential sponsors. Like I said, all of our
And these fall within the 80% of the federal lands in the Black Hills. That's what we're asking for. Time frame, they can do that. That's what that means. Next slide.
What we're going to do in the next few slides is kind of just go through a summary of each one of the sections of the bill. The bill is a little bit shorter and more condensed than it was when we brought it to you back in March. A lot of that was, again, just input from Rob, but we want to ask particular questions. We want to assume that everyone's read the summary at least and have particular questions about the sections that are on the screen right now. Let's just walk through it now. Just walk through it. Yeah, let's do that.
Alright, we'll just go through each section and read the summary of the bill, our bill summary paper that was handed out. And if anyone has any questions, comments, don't hesitate to speak up. We have a historical, spiritual, and legal connection to the Great Sioux Nation, the Black Hills. This details how the land was fraudulently stolen, how the federal government has attempted to pay us off, and it also says how the Sioux Nation has been trying to get it back. And it also states why Congress believes the land should be restored to the Great Sioux Nation. And if you guys have any input on that, let us know. Section 3, definitions. This defines all the terminology within the bill. And then I will read the bullet pointed sections. So, within 1 year of the bill's passage, the land within the reestablished area will be inventoried and published. After the publication of the land inventory, there is a 7-month period during which comments will be received and revisions will be made. And no more than 5 months after that, federal land will be relinquished back to the Great Sioux Nation. Any existing rights issued by the federal government over relinquished federal lands are terminated.
To have a bunch of contracts, leases, permits that the federal government has issued over those pieces of land still be tied to the land. So that's like mining permits, logging permits, cattle grazing, contracts, that kind of stuff. So what this still says is when we get the land back, it's going to come back with all of that stuff canceled. We figure that's a federal government problem. That's not our problem. They need to deal with making whatever right with those people that they issued those agreements with.
We need to explain that we don't, the United States government called us Sioux, and we are not Sioux. And if you allow the Sioux to keep going forward in the bill, we're going to be stuck with that name in perpetuity. So we are the Tichuan Lakota of the Ochete Shakoi Oyate. And we have an opportunity here to explain to Congress that
we've heard that loud and clear, and as you said earlier this morning, took notes of it and heard it again. So I agree. I think we need to figure out some way to incorporate that better. And I'm saying the other side of it, not that I agree with it, but we also have to take into account that this is Congress. So we did have those discussions in our bill drafting committee. I see that someone else wants to say something in just a second. I'll turn it over. And so it was talked about at length in our bill drafting committee. So it may be something that we need to come back to and talk about further.
We go out, we're in Yellowstone, Grand Tetons, Denver, we're all over. But when you go into these places and you fill out your application for a time frame, when you're going to be there, say in July, August, whatever, when you fill them out, you cannot put Oglala because they don't know that. They don't know how to put down as an Oglala Sioux, and that's it. And you can't make a change because those are federal entities that we're going into. So we cannot, so we have to come back and change that. So we're has it like that. So we can, right here on our reservation and nearby, go, like, around the corporate, go roll on, tell me that. Okay, and another thing here is, we'll talk about who is on this committee. And, we're gonna go back, some of us from Pine Ridge, we're gonna go back, and we're gonna go back before our people. And we're gonna go back before the council, and we're gonna ask people that live on the reservation, people that know the Black Hills, who's gonna be honored to represent the tribe. That is a change we're gonna ask. So, I don't know. No, you have a lot of them, Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. You have several on everything. And has nobody spoken of it from the tribe for the life? Well, we're going to go back and meet with them. And we're going to a session.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Porter. My mom worked for the trees for 37 years. Her name was Elaine Quivers. And it was 6 years ago. Well, actually, it's longer than that. But when she was going to die, she told me, Jared, take these cylinders to the safe. She had some cylinders. And all the glass settled, and he turned the White Buffalo half pipe to Wilmer Methodist, but somebody stole it in Cheyenne Creek, so I don't know where that's at. But I did see it. I seen it with Joe Swinsburg from Rosebud there, and me and many horses, and me and Dora Hernandez, but we all saw it, we all know about it. But they're all gone now. The Bagel Society is all gone. For the Oglala Sioux tribe, if he could look over them papers, maybe that would help get back to the Black Hills. But that is not a land to live on or anything. That's all our burial site. So the Washitus are all walking on our grave, on our dead people up there. That's our memorial in the United States. They have memorials and they are standing rocks. All of these tribes have to keep it safe, whatever is in those cylinders that we work for. Kilomia.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have Bill next, and I didn't have our ordinance before Bill.
Two questions. One is, we always hear in various legal cases, ask you in your experience, you two, have you ever heard of them passing a bill without all the specifics? You know, where you say, now there's a lot of things that's not really known in there. So do we have to add the boundaries, when you say boundaries, what they are? When you say hunting, fishing, we gotta put the boundaries in there and all that stuff? Or is this just a jurisdiction issue? And then
they could get some cylinders out of there and you guys could look them all over and you could all figure it out, but I'm willing to do it to give all the grateful things back to the people. Only they cannot misuse them. She first was in the medicine man when you go talk to you and have a certain I feel it's important for our grandkids.
like the duality here, as always, you know, the duality on the question that our elder said over here, it even reads it in his IRA template constitution, about the 34 Act. But back in the 44 and 50s, when those guys were coming back from Korea, they started that termination policy. I don't know if any of the young people in here know that. But that's why they started the National Congress of American Indians, and they discovered uranium over here in the 51 Treaty Territory, Lakota, the Dakota Speakers and Lakota on that map. And then you have the 1889 Stolen Land statute forced upon us unilaterally. And this also is forced upon us. So this makes us federally recognized. So part of these foretold things is that this statute's going to go away again. So then there's no federal recognized Indians anymore. And then what's behind this statute that most likely is going away January 20th. Just like when Trump signed the Keystone and Apple, first thing he did as president, he's going to do it again. January 20th is deadline for us. That's how serious it is, but we need to be on the same page. And deviation causes time and money and death. We can't deviate no more. We got to stand on the truth. And it's there.
The status of state. The status of Section 6 is status of state municipal guidelines. The part of that section that says Great Sioux Nation may purchase private lands and deed or private person due to Great Sioux Nation shall have right of person due to purchasing the interest of private land. My questions are, why do we buy back our own?
Status of state, county, municipal, and private lands. These lands within the re-established area will not be disturbed by this bill, but the Great Sioux Nation has a right of first refusal to purchase any lands that come up for sale. And the Great Sioux Nation may receive lands that anyone wants to relinquish. If any relinquished lands are state, county, or municipal owned, the federal government needs to compensate those jurisdictions. So that's what Section 6. I'm saying that we have a credit. So we come from taxation and alienation. All return lands are exempt from taxation by federal, state, or local governments, and the land cannot be taken for public purchase by another government. Section 10. Annual appropriations. Next slide, please. Section 10. Annual appropriations of funds for maintenance of returned lands. For a period of 20 years after the bill is passed, the federal government buys the elections. The Great Sioux Nation qualifies as an Indian tribe for ISDA purposes. The Great Sioux Nation has the same privileges and immunities as other federally recognized tribes. Section 12. Interim Management Board. Until the governing entity can be created or for no longer than 6 months, the returned land will be managed by an interim management board comprised of one representative from each CRSC, OSC. Section 15. Inconsistent laws. All laws inconsistent with this bill are repealed except for treaties and including the General Mining Act of 1872. Section 16. Effect on treaties.
Okay, we're going to read this one verbatim from the actual 17-page document, just because it's pretty important. In short, it doesn't affect any of the provisions of the treaties, but what we wrote in here is that this is for the, or any other prior treaty or agreement are hereby reserved to the Great Sioux Nation, or any of its member nations, or bands and peoples in the governing entity. Subsection B in there further says that the return or relinquishment of the bios to the Great Sioux Nation by the United States or its subdivision pursuant to this act is not and will not be construed as settling or compromising or affecting the claims of the Great Sioux Nation
or its member nations or bands to any other of its treaty or ancestral territory, lands, land, or resources, or a person here on the
Okay,
second.
so under proposal for open discussion, Nick, this is aimed at you, okay? It says the criminal jurisdiction, while the Great Sioux Nation does not concede its exclusive criminal jurisdiction over the re-established area. I and the late Russell Means and Phyllis Young and Gary Rowland. Okay? We created our own driver's license and passport, recognizing the international community. For some of you, okay, that don't understand what I'm talking about. Chale Oyaki Bhanta. Nick, this is for you, okay? Let's just say Chana Bhanta, Dr. Gaska, and with you guys on it. And you have my birthday. All right, Nick? All right. Thank you. I will look back to you. How old?
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions about anything that we have heard so far? While we're talking about that, oh yeah.
I got a question over here.
Okay, have your name and then you can see where the other ones are.
This is Harry.
You gotta stand up and wave your arms. Oh.
You forgot
Oh, there
my
you
name.
are, Harry. Okay.
You forgot my name on that group there. And
I
think
did?
I heard that the word Sioux. We're not Sioux at all. And we're Lakotas. Teachful one. We all know the story where it came from. But I heard that discussion back then with many elders, and they're not out here now. They all made a journey 30 years ago, 40 years ago. And we can't change that word Sioux because it's already written in that treaty. And it's to Lakota. We are Lakota. And we need to look at that and make the Congress understand who we are. And I did talk to Dr. Stephanie about this too. When they talked about those Papa Bowls, we were supposed to be savages and on and on. But we're not. We can always look at writing a document saying we're Lakota or the indigenous people of that land. So I think they need to look, double check, triple check, and so on. And on this bill drafting, last March 22nd, last month, we said, "O Kapo." I think Steve Moran mentioned that on March 22nd. We asked everybody, whoever from all the reservations, Standing Rock, Rosebud.
Harry read my mind before I wanted to say the same thing you were saying. But I would respect our ancestors on who we are. We're a proud people. We're a proud nation. And I don't like the term Sioux because that's a French word. It came across the water. I don't like to be identified as a snake because that's not a Sioux because of a snake in the grass. I don't like to be from our kind of people. I just want to thank you for allowing me to say a few words before the witness comes this way. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to talk quick as I can. So, I agree with the Sioux term. To me, it was never a word. Lakota and argue about orthography or anything like that. You write it the way you learned it. Yeah, that's the way that could be done. Some of the arguments in unit that we need to put this in the United Nations and use it as a voice, because in this court, it's for them. And that's where I say that we need to work together.
I'm gonna add another 3 minutes to that, Tracy. Another chance to say it because I didn't finish it. We talked about this drafting when you get it done. Because when I go to Oglala, I make sure I say Kaka, not Lala. So that's my point.
So yeah, we are going to translate this document.
I left it on there so they could read it.
It's just we're working on that.
I know, but they're changing the slides. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, they just changed it. And we can also do that whenever we want. And so, I mean, we have, and we were just talking about it, we've drawn a line in the sand that we can't do this, but that's only because we're saying that we can't do it, but we can. No. And lots of people do. Lots of other tribes do. Spirit Lake Nation changed their name. That's one example, but there are others.
Thank you.
Refer to the facts in the background component of this bill. We can reference the 1868, 1851 treaties, and we can acknowledge that they called us that in those treaties. But moving forward, this is how we want to be called. This is what we want to be referred to as the Lakota Oyate or the Tituan. You know, I think that the reality of a bill is that this thing's coming from the people for. It reflects, because we might not get every single thing in that bill that we want to see happen in the long run, but I think that the process is important, that the language in there reflects our identity, what we call ourselves now, and what we call ourselves always, not what the federal government called us. So I just wanted to express my support of that. And for us to not think about the boxes, the boxes that they put us in. And
I think there's a big talk about this is 2 words, inherent sovereignty. And we all know that. And that should be part of this bill drafting. Inherent sovereignty.
Okay, so for the bill drafting committee, our next steps are going to be, we're going to meet with other communities and coordinate future work on this.
You know, we're sitting here listening to all this input and everybody adding to this, and it's like we're sitting here watching a committee meeting. So, you know, I strongly recommend everybody that has input, reach out to Tracy and get on their committee. I'm sure you guys meet once a week also, right? Wednesday at 6 p.m. They have a Zoom. I know a lot of us get real busy, but all this good information would be, you know, better served if you get on that Zoom and communicate.
Education, outreach, and that'll be Alexa Martin and Chante Hart.
Api, Chante, Heart, Machi Api, Si Chango Yape, Hana, Minimuzaha Awati, Wiaka Napi, and Mataha. My name is Chante Hart. I'm Si Changu Lakota, and I live here in Rapid City, and I represent the Feather Necklace Tioshpaye and the Zephyr Heart Tioshpaye. And it's an honor to be here speaking in front of all of you. Who's fired up to get our Black Hills back? I think they heard you on the live stream. Who's fired up to get our Black Hills back? And can we get the next slide, please? So the purpose of our committee is to educate and create awareness for what's happening today, and to create some talking points so that we stay consistent with our messaging. It's really important to us to educate the public as well as our relatives and communicate with the public. And so we really take this serious, and we want to be consistent about our messaging and what we're saying, because this is important information that we're talking about. And so next slide, please. We want to give a shout out here today. So we give another round of applause for live streaming and covering this event. All of our DJs and all of our radio stations that were here today. We're also live on the Facebook page. Tune in. And also RST Communications, Channel 93, tune in. Also, our other outreach efforts, we're partnering with Ampo Wichakpi Pioneers Drill School. Give them a round of applause for helping today. Can I get a meeting for these girls? And also all of our chiefs who are here, and Malas who are here joining us today.
Happens, all the collaboration happens, and then in the community meetings is where all that strategizing happens. So we want to be able to strategize together so that we are consistent with our messaging and our documents that we send out and distribute to the community. Youth church stuff, as well as going on to the radio stations and doing hourly education sessions. And that, we want that to look like different members in the committees to be able to go on to the radio stations and disseminate information so that our people are also educated. Next slide. Or another effort, going for some money I've heard about. This effort has nothing to do with money. We are not accepting money. I know it was said in one of the previous meetings that if you're here to talk about the money, then you can leave. That was one of the openings of the meetings. But that's why it's important for us to start disseminating this information to our communities so that we can make sure that all the right information is being out. And then creating a
So like Anissa said, no money will be accepted for the Black Hills. The effort to return the Black Hills to Indigenous hands does not involve any sale or acceptance of money, and is solely about restoring the rightful ownership of our sacred Black Hills, Sapa. Now you can take a picture of these two if you want to use these for future talking points. And you can Lily and Akisha too after. There you go. Next one.
So this lists all the people who are involved and all the groups that are present and are taking lead on this. And so these are important for when we have these discussions of who's leading this effort, who's in charge of this, and it's a collective effort of everybody that's included in this slide right here. So again, you can take your phone cameras out, take pictures of these, post these on social media. We can also send these out as well if you're included in some of the email thread. If you make sure you're signed up as well, that's where we'll also collect your email. The biggest community, we have two columns there. So if you would like to join the committee and be a part of educating and outreaching to the community, you can reach out to my email or give that over a caller and we'll get you added to the email thread.
Thank you everyone for listening. I just wanted to reiterate, like what my brother Nick said, is that we're really just worker bees here. And we're just a vessel of a voice for the people. And so we're here to take input, we're here to take any information or suggestions that anyone may have.
Where we come from is the reference of the animal nation, Maman Kashkan Oyate. In that word, Maman Kashkan is Makha. ka. And we need to understand that. Because when we go back into Mother Earth, our earth body turns back to dirt. And there's an involvement with the powwows. We have a big, huge powwow here. We need to also share that energy that goes all over. And to go back to the sacred vibration called language. And that sacred vibration came from the creation of who we are. So I just want to thank you before I get with.
Taku, you know, Pasi Siki, the Chalakit, we talked about the level like we talked, and I yes, one month has come keep to one bit. Hello, child, we try to kill it, not your cues, Papa, is shut down. I was a 50 for Akivan Chalakavanta, more like a black hot yapping. For her, is she on choke again, okay? Chawana, yes, go on there. For some of us that don't understand the language, but this is the thing about where the butt comes in. Now we talk about magpie want to race for his two-legged. Well, if that's the case, then this distortion of our sacred black hills, those que nature, wosutaki ifakial in the hand, wosutaki ichaki. In other words, how are you going to take the statutes of a state, county, and any other municipalities pertaining to flat structure where we can get the land back? Because how many are in agreement? Because earlier you said, you know.
I wanted to think about the proposal to what our relative here is mentioned about land within the red racetrack. But actually, we have what we should think about is around near the Black Hills. Talk about Stockholm syndrome and also trauma bonding and slavery, because that's federal, the domination code of the white man has indoctrinated our people, our relatives, to accept the word Sioux and any other federal concept or white man concept. So we really need a presentation from a psychologist and psychiatrist to show you.
comment. My name is Harry Thunder again. I'm going to be quick as I can. I got my timer on now, so make sure I make it within 3 minutes. I'm sitting next to a kola of our Tioshpai, and he's the great-great-grandson of Brigadier General William Sherman Hardy, who is a treaty signer of 1868. And we talked about the allies. 1 minute and 30 seconds.
It's true. I am a descendant of General Hardy. He was a member of the Indian Peace Commission. In 1868, he was also the author for the 1868 treaty and the third signer. I just come here today to listen and learn and tell you that I stand with you in perpetuity. And that's a fancy word, means allow me to walk at the top of everybody, and we're standing here with you. And I'm looking for more allies every day. Thank you.
This is Bryce Edwards again. On an IRA perspective, I think we need to be education and outreach on where exactly this reorganization I come from. It's based off of what Hardy's relative over here saying. And that's the reality that needs to be taught in the. I want to restore our language. start that project, putting that Chief-Warren Constitution in Lakota and have Head Start on up to college. Do that project. Not only will you learn your language by reading and writing it, you'll get the full meaning that this is an international document that some of these elders that I work for the poor bands, they had a meeting in 2004 in Puerto Rico. Hugo Chavez was there at the time. And there was a meeting 6 recognized the Iroquois Confederacy as the backdrop to the U.S. Constitution and Bill of Rights. Even though they called us wild savages in there, I think a lot of us hanging on to that name. The wild. But, you know, all joking aside, I think we have a great opportunity to educate our people at all ages, incorporate our language, and do that background on the United States, on who they are as Chief-Warren. And a lot of the elders are wrong now that I work with. Phenomenal.
One more question and then we're after that. Let's just see good house and watch you. I wanted to say something here about, we're talking about the treaties, they should teach them in school. There's a lot of things. I've been at Standing Rock High School since 2008. I do both because I teach them. We can understand each other. It's okay. We can understand each other. Sometimes there's a big discussion about Lakota and Dakota, but we still have the same meanings. I live in a community that have Dakota and we have N's in our words. I teach them about the cavalry, to the principals, go to the superintendents, tell them you want your children to learn this. Because I know there's other teachers that teach that to them too. So I just wanted to say that much because you have to start at home too. I hear that all the time. They're not teaching our children, but you're a mom, you're a dad, you're a grandparent. I had my grandson here.
Education outreach, we're going to go to our logistics, Benny and Renee Fireman and Tom Super. Yeah, somebody wake up Manny. Manny and Renee and Tom. Super.
A lot of our, I should introduce myself first, I'm sorry. My name is Tom Salisbury. I work with Indian Collective. I'm the IT director there, and I apologize for speaking before my elders here, but a lot of our work was just finding the site. We wanted a spot where we could use the sage and smudge, and some places were unwilling to accommodate that, but thankfully the ranch over here was down with it. We didn't set off with a fire alarm, so that's good. Other stuff we've been doing.
Renee invited me to the meeting one day, so I jumped in, So I'm kind of like looking in the committee of the logistics committee. At that meeting, I suggested this room layout because I talked about it earlier, and it's like two triangles and pencils rearrange the room again. We'll think about something. I'm very Wachila versus Wachila. Because they'll circle up around you and they're going to stare up right after you. They're going to look in your face. What are you going to tell them? So we must remember that. Oh, Pilar.
I have a question. Over here, please. Many? Okay, umanite yuhaki yugana. Vakota umanite yugana yuhaki washvikta.
So we can have a circle, and we can have our treaty compliments right there, and then expand from there all the way around. Get you to what was neat thing was we might as well invite our allies to be a people out there, they need to be here too. Look at our friends. The Papa Wars together. That far. He always said that. And I didn't understand again what he was talking about. But making sure that telling me who I was related to, and also put that boundary between us. We do not break boundaries.
Certain aspects pertaining to the sacred work. Now, we are carrying a watch. I can take away with it. Child Commander, okay. Child, next meeting, Nick, if you guys can do this, you know, maybe we should take on his understanding and consider it our shahilas and our mahbet code out there. Because one young man that you want to get involved with is Devin Oldman. This little guy is such an extraordinary piece, or African, and not cheap. Metala que se lila orda ubraka. Muchaka. Cha. The next meeting, and this is where I get kind of crazy with this. Do that, Nick. Put the oblanas and all this in a circle. If you want to really go back to the sacred way, that's a start to implement what band and what spot you're from and contribute that way. And so thank you guys for allowing me to ask that question and what we like funky chicha and consider that, Nick.
Preparing the space, you can email me, Tom at IndianCollective.org. I just wanted to thank Scotty, the elder gentlemen that were sitting here. If you were listening, you learned something. And if you didn't understand it, have somebody as well. I want to thank all the committees, and I want to thank all of you sitting in here with the big heart. Usted o aquí que nos copie, que estaba aquí, que se rompió. Oh,
And so when it comes to how the meeting is set up, how we've been doing this, is that if you want things to be a certain way, join those committees. Join those committees, participate in those committees, and bring your ideas to them. And because we've been trying to do that, and that's how the circle has gotten bigger and bigger each time. Get bigger and bigger each time. And so I wanted to explain that too, because I think that sometimes in meetings we say, you should join that committee, the logistics committee who's putting that part together. Your ideas will be welcome. Your ideas will be implemented and welcome if you put the work and the time and energy into doing that work. And I say this because we're exchanging out there. There's no big powers that be that is organizing this. It's us. And each time our circle has gotten bigger because we did it in that way. Help bring us together and help us create this. So I just shared that because I think that especially for those that are listening too, they might say, how do I get involved in this? Right? If you're listening on a TV radio station, or you're listening over in Rosebud, or you're listening online, you can be a part of this. You can join one of these committees. You can contribute in whatever your title is, whether you're a treaty council member, a headsman, a Jamie Chasha, a school teacher. Women have equal say-so in the work that we're doing. Have equal say-so, because if you look who's on those committees, rolling up their sleeves and putting the work in, a lot of it is our women and our young people. I say this because us as a people can come together and make something from nothing. We can make something happen. And that's how these meetings have come together. We've been working hard in sharing whatever resources that we have so far to get the momentum going for this. Indian Collective has offered up our resources to help build the momentum. But I know to maintain the momentum beyond, it's going to take the Oyate. It's going to take all of the treaty councils. It's going to take the tribes. It's going to take other folks that have resources. And Indian Collective resources to continue doing this too. So I just wanted to share those things. In this part, we can leave up for debate too. We've been meeting roughly every, it's been on average about 6 weeks. That's what we've been meeting. And I think 6 weeks from today is June 13th. And I know that after we get later into reports. And so I wanted to offer that up for no reason other than it's not later into June when the Sundance start, and it's 6 weeks from today. So I wanted to put that out there as a proposal and an idea, and see what the Legate, what the people think about that. That's just good.
Well, still, thank you, Nick. Now we understand what to do. Many times we have ideas, sometimes we disagree, but that's okay, that's part of balance. But we have to understand what we stand for. This is the start, this is the beginning. We have this door that's going to open for us to get our established in this area. Now, one of my shit, Naku, war secret, and that is just a lot of understanding, a lot of knowledge, a lot of ways to put this together. And that's what we're here for, to help one another. But you know, this is where we're going to meet, and we're going to move forward. The next step, action items, and we need to help out in all of our committees. You know, step up, bring your ideas so we can move forward, because we have a lot of good knowledge, a lot of good knowledge. One time, I'm going to share something real quick that one of the elders spoke no jealousy. There were no criticisms. It's working together. When you come together like that, things will get done. And this is what's going on here. We have to get this done like that so we can move forward. Go ahead, Tristan. You can do standing up. And a treaty council come up with a resolution so we can move forward. This is a step forward. You see our young ones here. But remember, a long time ago, our young ones never participated. We know that all of you that are here listening on YouTube, you know, special thanks to TV Radio, special thanks to Koya, Channel 93, people back home. You know, there's pros and cons in the white man's language. I know that they're saying we shouldn't televise this. But we have to understand some of our people can't make it. I want to thank all of you that are here. And the whip man, thank you. I think my 3 minutes went up, so you must be tired. He didn't come towards me, so I'm pretty happy. But anyway, I'm gonna turn the mic over to Richard Broken Nose for a closing prayer. And right after the prayer, we're gonna take our staffs out. Still, opila. Ohecho ila opila sa kokeni chapi tona. Ohecho na opia ke komeni chapi na. Dona ya hiki. Ya santo se yana ya lapi. Na tianta tu. Give us the time to share the wisdom and knowledge that people back home.